Good morning. We will convene the first meeting of the 2026 session of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. I'm State Senator Julie Kushner, the Senate Chair, and I am joined by our Vice Chair, Darrell Wilson, and our ranking members, Senator Sampson and Representative Weir. And in a minute, we will ask for comments, but I do want to start with the instructions that we're supposed to read out. In the interest of safety, I'd ask you to note the location of and access to the exits in this hearing room. The two doors through which you entered the room are the emergency exits and are marked with exit signs. In the event of an emergency, please walk quickly to the nearest exit. After exiting the room, go straight and exit the building by the main entrance or follow the exit signs to one of the other exits. Please quickly exit the building and follow any instructions from the Capitol Police. Do not delay and do not return unless and until you are advised that it's safe to do so. In the event of a lockdown announcement, please remain in the hearing room, stay away from the exit doors, and seek concealment behind desks, chairs until an all-clear announcement is heard. So this is our first meeting this session of the Labor Committee, and I do want to start with a joyful announcement that you see that we have an empty chair next to me of Representative Sanchez, who is going to be joining us by Zoom, but he's had the joyful event of having another child. He likes to do that right at the beginning of session, get it out of the way. If you remember 2 years ago, Lennox was born, and now we have Jackson added to the family. And we're so happy for Manny and his family, and the baby is healthy and looks gorgeous. And so we wish him all the best, and Nicole, and hopefully he'll be able to join us by Zoom. But I know he's really familiar with the bills that we're doing today and has been part of framing our agenda, and we appreciate everything he does in the Labor Committee and just wish him the best. So those are my opening remarks. You know, I'm not going to even talk about the bills because that was so much more fun. But I do want to ask if our Vice Chair has any comments. Okay, and our ranking member, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir. Okay, then we will start right in on the agenda. We have 15 bills for review today, and I will start with item number 1, an act concerning unemployment benefits for striking workers. Is there a motion?
Second.
It's been moved by Representative Wilson and seconded by Representative Hughes. Is there any discussion? Senator Sampson.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. Just curious, obviously this is something we've seen the last several years. First question I would ask really is this the same bill that ultimately came to the Senate, or do you plan on any changes?
So there has been a lot of discussion since the governor's veto of our bill last session, and I do think that you could see some changes in it. We're still working on the language for this bill, but ultimately it is the issue of making sure that workers have the ability to exercise their rights under federal law to strike, and one of the things that hampers that is the inability to put food on the table. So it will, in essence, it will be the same bill, but there could be some changes in the way we present it.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I've noticed there's been some action on the federal level that may call into question the constitutionality of the policy that was offered last time. If you could give any indication of what's actually changing, I'd appreciate it. But just another question, and I'll just wrap it up with this, which is there any indication from the governor that he would support a newer version of this?
To your first question about, I don't believe there's any issue about constitutionality of this bill on a federal level. I do know that there has been guidance given by federal DOL sent to all the states about the efforts of striking workers to seek employment, but that's not an issue of constitutionality. It is a question of whether or not of eligibility. And I think that there are a lot of states, the states that have unemployment benefits for striking workers are looking at that, and I think that they feel that they will continue that they're, from my brief conversations on this, they believe that this is not going to stop them from providing unemployment to striking workers. So I think we're going to be okay on that score. On the issue of the governor, I will not speak for the governor, and if I would suggest if you have a question about that, it goes directly to his office. So.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The concern I mentioned regarding the constitutionality is that I've read an article recently, something about the way employers are facing the challenge of rising insurance premiums for unemployment compensation, and the way that this policy would impact them is something that calls into question a fairness issue and maybe equal protection. So that's the reason why I asked that. And the reason why I asked about the governor simply is that, we wasted a lot of time, frankly, many, many hours over the last several years debating this policy. It's quite controversial. You don't have any bipartisan support for it. You don't even have the support of your own governor. And I just, do we want to spin our wheels on a policy that doesn't seem like it's going anywhere? And I'm trying to leave my own opinion on it. Obviously, I don't appreciate the policy from that standpoint, but it doesn't seem like it's constructive. I think we passed somewhere around 55 to 60 bills out of this committee last year, and I think very, very few of them passed either chamber, and even few of them passed into law. In fact, the one significant policy ended up being tossed into the implementer bill rather than being passed in a proper manner. So, for me, this committee is a challenge. There's 15 bills on the agenda. I think there's maybe one of them I might support. I'm not seeing a lot of effort to work with the minority on anything. And if you're going to be putting bills forward that your own party, your own governor doesn't even support, I don't even know where to begin. I'm trying to get us to a point where we can work together. And that was the basis of my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments, questions? Seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk, I assume you want a roll call vote?
Yes, please.
Would the clerk please call the roll?
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 1, an act concerning unemployment benefits for striking workers. This is a motion to raise a concept. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez. Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Hall.
Representative Hall votes yes.
Representative Hughes.
Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lester votes yes.
Representative Nino.
No.
Representative Gauthier.
Representative Gauthier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and we will be holding votes open until 3 p.m. or later if we adjourn later. We'll come to that later. Second item on the agenda is an act concerning permanent partial disability benefits and pension offsets, retirement benefits and workers' compensation benefits, and requiring municipalities to provide a pension to police officers and firefighters through participation in the municipal employees retirement system or another comparable pension system.
So moved.
It's been moved by Representative Shake and seconded by Representative Wilson. Are there any questions or comments? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, I see we've seen these concepts individually, so it appears in between the semicolons here that these were concepts that were individual. Is there a reason that they were all put together this time around? Because there is some incongruity here between. They all seem to work around. Well, can you explain why, or give any insight why these were all put together?
I think that frequently we do combine different concepts within one bill when they have a relationship to each other, and clearly these all do. You're correct, these are all bills that we've heard separately in past sessions. And they do have a relationship that we think makes sense to put them into one bill to make it, obviously to help us with the processing of the bill and make sure that we're getting through these quickly. I think these are all bills that would have a big impact on our firefighters and our law enforcement. And that's the connectivity that we, seek to really make sure that we're advancing these concepts and putting them, hopefully, these are concepts that we can find agreement on.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I would just say that all of the concerns that, I'll speak for myself, that I raised last year, really, these end up being municipal mandates, right? Unfunded mandates out of this committee, out of this building. There are cities and towns that don't want any part of this, and so, with all the different municipalities that we have in the state, it's concerning to me, not only that we'd be pushing, again, we talk about affordability and pushing unfunded mandates down on our municipalities, and then to boot, we would take three concepts and put them in one, which I think further keeps us from coming to an agreement or coming. Now we got this huge animal we're working with, rather than trying to identify these a little more holistically or maybe with more precision. That's my concern with seeing these all put together. But we'll see what the concept looks like.
Thank you, Representative. And I should have mentioned that there was some, through discussion and through conversation, we were able to come to a better place, I think, especially on that third concept about the pension for police and fire. And I think that if you remember, that was, there was S language that made that a study. So I think that hopefully when we have drafted language, we'll be able to look at whether or not there could be some agreement on these issues. But I know we'll have further discussion when it comes to after the public hearing. Representative Canino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just like to tag on to a couple of the remarks that the ranking member made. By moving all of these into one concept and one bill eventually, it really sends the wrong message to our municipalities who are currently struggling right now. And it really violates that collective bargaining agreement process that I think works really well in many municipalities across this state. We are just continuing by bringing back these issues again, by looking at requiring municipalities to provide a certain type of retirement system, by legislating how employer-employee relationships are happening between municipal workers and municipal government. We're really just sending another message to our municipalities that we understand that you're struggling, but we don't care. It really is upsetting to me that we're taking pretty much every single one of these issues up again that we had significant concerns with last year. And unfortunately, I'll have to be a no on this one today. Thank you.
Any other comments? Representative Shake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as a gentle reminder again, Senator Kushner reiterated it, but we did go through the process, and we did last session, and we did come to compromising where there is no mandate upon the municipalities. We agreed that the responsible first step would be a study or assessment of municipalities across the state and move from there. And from the overwhelming testimony that we did have from police officers, from firefighters from across the state who either currently have a pension or do not have a pension, of how important this is for our public safety first responders. So out of that request, this is something that I will be supporting again. And I hope that we're able to have discussions to be able to at least talk about it respectively.
Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And just to respond, I understand that we may be discussing certain agreements, certain compromises here, but when you have in the title an act requiring municipalities to provide a pension to police officers and firefighters, that seems like we're already assuming the conclusion of such a compromise study. And there's benefits to a pension. There's also certain drawbacks to a pension. There's benefits to a 401k. There's drawbacks to a 401k. It just seems like we're, again, just legislating, kind of critiquing from Hartford, when we really should not be assuming knowledge of all of the intricacies that go into municipal decision making. That was kind of where I was going with that. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just after the discussion that we just heard, is this whole bill going to be a study, or is it only the part about the firefighters' municipal pension system?
Thank you. It is only the last section about the pension. The other two items are not a study. They are the similar proposals that we had last year, or exactly the same.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll just, to tack on to some of my colleagues here, I mean, the issue I have with these proposals, and I don't much care for them to be lumped together because I think they're individual policy decisions that ought to be done separately, but they all have something in common, which is they effectively eliminate collective bargaining for certain aspects of negotiation on a municipal level. I don't frankly understand why folks that often take the side of labor would do that. I understand that these bills ultimately end up with labor winning those negotiations by default because they'd become statutorily required. But nonetheless, if you value collective bargaining, if you believe that the right to negotiate is something of value, continuing to come here and using the legislature as an active participant in the collective bargaining process to basically use a hammer to crush employers or municipalities with taking the side of labor in every case, you're denying those folks their rights to negotiate for things that they might actually want instead of the items that you choose. This is the problem with mandating different types of policies, is that the individual employees in each of these situations may actually be amenable to giving up any one of these different items in exchange for something else. And when you give no one a choice, not the employer or municipality or the employees, that's out the window. So there is a reason why we have collective bargaining. It ought to be preserved. This type of legislation gets rid of it. And let's just be real here. I mean, what kind of study do you need to determine that firefighters and police officers want pensions? Of course they do. It's ridiculous to even say that. The problem is that in some municipalities across the state, they don't have the finances to be able to afford it. We have some of the highest property taxes in the entire country. I know me and some of my colleagues on this side of the aisle are working every day to try and reduce the burden and make it easier and more affordable to live in the state. This legislation is going to increase property taxes dramatically. That's the end result of these types of policies. You're eliminating the right to collectively bargain, and you're raising the costs to live in the state. These are bad ideas, and I'll be a no today. Thank you.
Any other comments? Well, I look forward to the hearings that we'll have and the testimony we'll receive, and then I'm sure we'll have a full discussion of these items. So I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item number 2, an act concerning permanent partial disability benefits and pension offsets, retirement benefits and workers' compensation benefits, and requiring municipalities to provide a pension to police officers and firefighters through participation in the municipal employees retirement system or another comparable pension system. This is a motion to raise a concept. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez. Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Representative Wilson's a yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Hall.
Representative Hall is yes.
Representative Hughes.
Representative Hughes is yes.
Senator Lesser. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lester is a yes.
Representative Canino.
No.
Representative Gauthier.
Gauthier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And the votes will be held open. Item number 3, an act authorizing the comptroller to withhold payment for violations of the prevailing wage statute. Is there a motion?
Seconded?
It's been moved by Representative Wilson and seconded by Representative Hughes. Are there any comments or questions? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. This is another bill that we debated at great length here in committee and on the floor of the Senate last year. And there's a lot to say about it. The first question, again, I'm going to ask this on each one of these items that is a kind of a repeat concept. Are we talking about the same language, or have there been any changes through you?
I think there might be a slight change in the language on this one to ensure some issues and concerns that were raised about whether or not there would be proper notice of the employer before the payments were stopped. So I think, but other than that, it's essentially the same bill.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. You know, I have no issue with the stop work order law that we have because it's used primarily for safety concerns. If you are concerned that, workers on a job or civilians walking by could be harmed, obviously there's a legitimate reason to stop work. This bill kind of reaches into another area altogether, which is disputes over whether or not the proper compensation is being made. But there are mechanisms for that already. And generally speaking, in the private sector, and I believe it ought to be the same here, if there is a dispute over compensation, there's a mechanism for that, and it's called litigation. That's the mechanism that ought to be in operation here. What I don't like about this more than anything is that you're empowering the comptroller. As far as I'm concerned, the comptroller's office is the office that signs the paychecks for the state employees. We've had comptrollers in recent years try and engage in all kinds of other activities, from creating universal health insurance to regulating the pharmaceutical industry to God knows what. That's not the role of the comptroller, and to be the decider and purveyor of who should be paid or compensated on a job site is not something that we should give up to a political elected person. It should be something that should be litigated, determined in a court based on the facts and evidence in question. Because if the comptroller gets it wrong, it could harm innocent folks. It could harm a business that acted in good faith in error. And I just don't think that's an acceptable way to run this type of policy. If there is a dispute, there is a mechanism. I don't know that there's another state that has a comptroller position with this type of authority, and that's for good reason. They shouldn't. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Representative Weir.
I would like to acknowledge I have been in discussion with the Comptroller's Office and some advocates for this legislation. Still have my concerns, but I'm looking forward to seeing the updated. I'm aware that there's some attempt at updating the language, so probably will not be in support of that today, but I would like to keep those conversations going. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll have an opportunity for fuller discussion after we've heard the bill and when we take it up in committee again. But I do want to make sure that it's understood that there is a process for determining whether or not prevailing wage has been paid, and that's in statute, and that's determined by the Department of Labor. And so just to be clear, the comptroller is not making that decision. It's being made according to statute, and the comptroller would not be in a position to stop payment on a project if there hadn't been a determination made under our current statute. So, but we will hear a lot more on this and have a lot of good conversation, I'm sure. Any other comments? Seeing none, then I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 3, an act authorizing the comptroller to withhold payment for violations of the prevailing wage statutes. This is a motion to raise. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir,
No?
Representative Hall,
Hall is yes.
Representative Hughes,
Hughes is yes.
Senator Lesser,
Senator Lester is a yes.
Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Gauthier,
Gothier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and we'll be holding votes open. On item number 4, an act concerning the use of quotas by warehouse distribution centers. Is there a motion?
I'll second.
It's been moved by Representative Wilson, seconded by Representative Shake. Is there any comments or questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Again, same question. Is it the same bill as the last time? I guess out of the gate. And in the interest of saving time, I just want to ask, I think we have requirements in law already. OSHA sets standards, for, whether or not, the particular job environment is acceptable from a heat standpoint. I'm just curious, what evidence is there to suggest that those OSHA standards are not being followed? And if that's the case, then why aren't we letting them handle it, et cetera? I'm just curious. We've had this bill the last couple of years. I just, in my view, it seems to be a solution in search of a problem. If I had some really significant evidence to suggest that the OSHA statute and requirements were not being followed, or they weren't satisfactory, or there was no mechanism to address it, then maybe I could be interested. But I'm not hearing even that. So I'm just trying to understand. Thank you.
So as to your first question regarding what bill we'll be raising here, there were 3 bills last year, a governor's bill, a Senate bill, and a House bill. And there was a lot of, certainly in the House, the bill that was voted on in the House was different than the bill that came from the Senate or from the governor's office. So I think we'll continue to have discussions with the other chamber, and there'll be discussions with all of the advocates and the leadership of the Senate and the House and the governor's office for sure on this issue. But I do think that there was a lot of, to your second question, there was a lot of testimony in the past about OSHA violations specifically. And so I think we'll be hearing that kind of testimony again this year. And certainly there's obviously a deep concern that we need to put into statute stricter guidelines, stricter requirements for the use of quotas in our distribution centers. And that's the reason why this bill is before us again. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'm sadly not any less confused, which is that, if there is a standard that already exists and OSHA determines that standard, and as you just mentioned, there are violations of that standard, are we failing to follow through on addressing those? I'm just wondering if this is something that's supposed to run in parallel, or is it something that's supposed to take the next step because the existing standard is being violated and therefore we must have some mechanism to address it? I'm wondering where is the problem? I know we had some testimony, and I'm certainly sympathetic to people that are in this situation. I just feel like we already have a process to address it, and I'm very concerned about unnecessary regulation leading to this industry being impacted in our state. Remember, we have to compete with 49 other states. We have to compete with the rest of the world. The Connecticut economy is somewhat stagnant. I don't know that there are many warehouse operations that are looking to relocate into our state based on the cost of doing business here, the cost of energy, and so forth. So, why would we want to make it harder? Because, what happens next? What is going to stop these businesses from relocating to other states or even other countries if they're impacted with, another level of unnecessary regulation? This is not happening in a vacuum, I guess, is the final thing I would say about it, is we have to be intelligent about the policies that we put forward. And while no one wants to see anyone have difficult working conditions, certainly not me, I'm not convinced that there's a problem. So help guide me to understand that there is actually a problem that is identifiable that is not already addressed under current law. And you might get me moving in the direction of supporting something, but the last several versions of this bill that I've seen have been extremely onerous. They're putting way too much regulation and requirements on an industry in a way that I don't think is fair, especially when you start adding all kinds of requirements for documentation and monitoring. I mean, the costs become excessive, and those costs naturally are going to be passed on from that employer, that warehouse operation, to consumers. And we're already faced with the highest costs of everything. We have record inflation. People are having a tough time affording goods and services. I don't want to make that any worse by adding more regulation. So I'm just giving you a little bit of feedback. Madam Chairman, if you want to address it, I'd appreciate it. But otherwise, we can save it till we actually have some language. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll save it. Any other comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You talked about, what I heard you say in your statement was working with both chambers and the governor's office and some of the advocates to come up with language that would be agreeable. Will beyond that group, will the warehousing people be brought into that discussion to talk about language that's going to, they'll be able to best describe and I think articulate the warehousing business? Will they be brought into that conversation?
I can only say that in past sessions, and certainly last year, the employers were very much involved in the discussion. Any other comments or questions?
I would just like to follow up on that. I mean, I guess, will they be invited into those conversations? Is that your anticipation, to include all parties at the table?
What I said is that they've been very much involved, and I don't know whether there will be any conversations that involve either the advocates or the employers at this point. I think we had public hearings for several years, and we've had a lot of communication. And I think right now we'll be looking at what language can we bring forward in a concept that we feel like we can support. So there will be an opportunity for further discussion on this, but clearly we've had a great deal of discussion about it, and now we're looking for a bill that will move our state forward. So I don't want to predict what we will or won't do, because I think this is an issue that's had a great deal of conversation, debate, discussion, compromise, and so I think we're in a position to draft a bill that will reflect all of those discussions.
Okay, thank you for that. And just briefly, we'll save the lengthy discussion for when we see future language, but I would like to acknowledge that this bill was referenced certainly indirectly as an Amazon bill, right? That was the subtitle, even though it's not printed here, was the Amazon. I know that several of my colleagues, Madam Chair, you and I visited an Amazon facility, and many of the concerns, and there were other legislators from both sides of the aisle. For those of my colleagues who haven't been there, I would suggest you take the invitation and go visit an Amazon warehouse facility before. I think that was a tremendous opportunity to see that many of the concerns that we heard in testimony were absolutely, some of the claims that were made were patently false based on what we saw with our own eyes in touring that facility. So what I'm, again, we'll save this, but I'm concerned that we're going to, again, expend hours and hours, days worth of work debating something that we saw with our own eyes didn't exactly add up to what some of the testimony that was given in this building. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Weir, and I do want to be clear that this bill is not just directed at Amazon. That was raised by Amazon on that occasion that we were there. And if you look back at the testimony that was given in public hearing, it was not strictly about Amazon or only Amazon related witnesses. So I don't think that that's accurate, and hopefully the executives at Amazon realize that. I think that was one of their concerns, that it was being tailored to them precisely, and I don't think that's the case. And we wouldn't want to do that, I don't think, in the state of Connecticut. So this would impact any distribution center that meets the requirements under the statute, if it should pass. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to take the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 4, an act concerning the use of quotas by warehouse distribution centers. This is a motion to raise a concept. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir,
No?
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes, Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser, yes.
Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The votes will be held open. Item number 5, an act concerning safety standards to prevent heat-related illness in workplaces pre- and post-shift hours and breastfeeding in the workplace. Is there a motion?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any comment or question? Representative Weir.
Can you, is there any, well, I know we debated at length in this committee the heat-related illness. Is there any reason for kind of, can you explain putting these three concepts together, Madam Chair?
Again, I think, if you look at legislation that we've passed in this, in past years, we often put different concepts together in what we often refer to as omnibus bills. We have not really engaged in that practice in the Labor Committee of having one aircraft carrier omnibus bill that has everything in it. But obviously, these concepts are all related to working conditions, in particular in this case. So we did have extensive discussion about these, and there was, if you remember, S language, particularly around the heat-related illnesses, to engage in a study of those issues and impacts, because it's a really broad topic. And so I think that you'll see that the bill that comes forward will be a bill that uses the language that passed out of the committee last year.
Thank you for that. So if it is going to, so you're suggesting that some of this, the heat-related piece, would be a study and not trying to create new standards?
It would be a study to, thank you for the question, it would be a study to determine what standards might be appropriate, because it, as I said, it's a very, heat-related illnesses happen in a lot of a very diverse set of occupations. And so I think we came to the conclusion after hearing the testimony that we needed to work on this further.
Thank you. Just from my perspective, and I'll stop after this, from my perspective, it would be helpful if it said a study, the word study was in there, rather than suggesting that we're going to, kind of come up with a whole new set of regulations. Thank you.
So thank you for that suggestion. And, we often find that the titles that come out when we, LCO has the authority to come up with the title. So, that this is the concepts that we're raising here. But when we get the language and when we have the public hearing, there could be a different title. So thank you for noting that. Any other comments or questions? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Just to follow up, I was somewhat conflating the last bill with this one because they are related in that these are work-related regulations. And I remembered that they had been put together into a package, and I was a little off on what those packages were now that I'm looking back at it. But I think what I said regarding the previous bill applies to this one equally. And when you're talking about heat-related illnesses, you have OSHA standards, and you've got situations where I feel like we have existing requirements to make sure that people have a safe work environment. And if that is failing in some way, then I think it's a matter of enforcing our existing standards. It's not about creating new things. And so far, I haven't seen anything compelling to tell me that we need to create a new standard or a new mechanism. We just actually have to follow through with it. And again, my previous question about, what do you do when companies that engage in these activities decide they're going to leave because they don't want to deal with the additional regulation? I think that's a tough thing. Can I ask a question on this one specifically with the heat-related illness? Are there any estimated costs that you guys have analyzed regarding the training or the monitoring or the documentation that is going to be required to institute such a policy, and what the impact might be on employers and ultimately, products in the state through you?
Thank you, Senator Sampson. I wanted to ask, are you referring to strictly the cost related to the heat-related study?
Yes.
I don't remember whether there was a fiscal note on that, but I'm sure we can find out and we'll come up again. But in terms of if your question is about the cost to employers, I don't believe there's any cost to the employers if we conduct a study of heat-related illnesses.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I suppose you're right that a study that the state does doesn't generate a cost to the employers. I'm more worried about any potential legislation. Is that going to be part of the study to find out what the cost to employers would be?
I think when we draft the bill language and when we hear testimony, we certainly could consider that.
I appreciate it. I also, just while we're on the topic of number 5, which is 3 bills that were once separate bills, I just want to register my objection to putting these together. I don't know that I supported any of the 3 last time, but that doesn't mean I couldn't. And I'm not opposed to necessarily a study to find out if we have a problem. So I think it makes it difficult. I think generally speaking, the public doesn't like omnibus bills. They do not like us putting different items into the same thing. Our entire labor agenda is related to labor-related policy. That doesn't justify putting every one of these items all in one bill. So I would appreciate it if these things were divided back up so we could tackle each topic individually. I think you have a much better chance of having success for a bipartisan negotiation in that case also. It makes it much more difficult for us to support, even one good item if it's got 2 other items that we don't like attached to it. So if there's an interest in having some sort of compromise or bipartisan result on any of this legislation, I think that's the best way to achieve it. And that's my recommendation to the chair. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 5, an act concerning safety standards to prevent heat-related illness in the workplace, pre- and post-shift hours, and breastfeeding in the workplace. This is a motion to raise a concept. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez. Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Hughes. Senator Lesser. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lester is trying again. Lester is a yes.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Canino.
No.
Representative Gauthier.
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll be holding votes open. Item number 6, an act concerning a contractor's responsibility for unpaid wages on a construction contract.
I'll
It's
second.
been moved by Representative Wilson and seconded by Representative Shake. Are there any comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Real briefly, Madam Chair, we've seen this, concept, similar language. I look forward to seeing what this year's bill is. I know that I'll be having discussions with some of the advocates who would like to discuss this, and I'm curious to see what changes, if any, have been made since many of our objections in the past. But I look forward to continuing discussions on this.
Thank you, Representative. Were any other comments or questions? Seeing none, then I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 6, an act concerning a contractor's responsibility for unpaid wages on a construction contract. This is a motion to raise a concept. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir,
No.
Representative Hall,
Representative Hall, yes.
Representative Hughes, Senator Lesser,
Senator Lester's a yes.
Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and we will be holding votes open. On item number 7, an act implementing automated decision system protections for employees. Is there a motion?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions or comments? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Again, like I've asked many times before, is this the same bill that we saw in the past? And my understanding of it is that this is a bill that effectively says that we don't want to see technology in certain used for certain activities by businesses. Am I correct, through you?
I do believe this is a, thank you for the question. I do believe this is an area that you may see some change in as we develop the language on this bill. We're still working on it, but I think the concern is to make sure that when technology is used, that it's used appropriately in decision making. So I don't believe it's going to be the same bill as last time.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I'll just say a word about the notion of AI, which is included in the description that I have here. The last bill, I think, was actually included artificial intelligence as the title. The similar bill from the last session, it was an act implementing artificial intelligence protections for employees. So if that's really like the focus of what we're doing here, I would just add a little caution to suggest that I think it's great that we have certain standards by which we govern the workplace. I think that's important to protect employees. You want to make sure that there is safety. Those things are obviously critical, and we've got to maintain them. But in my view, to focus on the tool that is used to achieve that end, I think is missing the mark. People seem to be consumed with the idea of regulating AI, when in fact I think what they ought to be more worried about is regulating the act that might be of concern. You can use AI to commit fraud, for example, but fraud is already illegal. AI is simply a tool that can be used for good or ill, and I just think we have to be careful about focusing on the tool when we should be focusing on the behavior. So I would just float that. And I'd also say that, technology is going to progress whether we like it or not. There were people when automobiles were invented that were very concerned about the horse and buggy industry and would have done anything to stop automobiles from taking precedence. And they were wrong, clearly. And I think that, people that worked in the horse and buggy industry found jobs. You went from brushing horses to washing cars, who knows? But the thing is that, over time, technology is going to advance. The world will change, and it's been okay. We've managed to find new ways to create new opportunities and new jobs and new employee situations. So just adding a word of caution, I'm going to vote no on this item today. I'll just take I was going to save this for a later point in this conversation, but let me just say, we're voting on concepts. And I often make the remark that, a vote on a concept doesn't mean a whole lot because it's not even language to a bill. And a vote one way or the other doesn't mean a whole lot because you're not voting on any actual policy. And it's been described to me that voting on concepts is something akin to voting to have the conversation. Well, we're having a conversation whether we take the vote or not. And I think it should be used with caution. I've never liked the process. In fact, I think it's ridiculous to have people voting on titles of bills without any substance. And I think it's actually dangerous to vote yes, frankly. You should be very concerned about voting for blank checks when the details are not filled in. So I'll be a no today. Thank you.
Any other? Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And just to echo a couple of the concerns brought forward by the good ranking member, I believe the language we had last year, based on some of the testimony we had last year, was addressing some situations where, worker comes forward and they're concerned that a AI system is going to be used to incessantly monitor that individual in an overbearing, micromanaging type of way. I can completely understand that concern, and I would not want to work for someone who is consistently micromanaging my work with a piece of AI. However, we are in a free state. There are 80,000 open jobs in the state of Connecticut. If you do not like the conditions of your employment and how you are monitored by your employer, whether it is manually or through an artificial intelligence device, you have the ability to not do business with that employer. This is America. We seem to have forgotten that as a society, and I fear that if this concept develops into a bill that has that same language, we're really losing the thread here. And as the good ranking member said as well, we're regulating AI in a way that may make us less competitive as a state. If we are not allowing our businesses to use some of these services to increase their efficiency, to provide better products, to create more jobs, we may be losing out on those key industries that we want to continue to develop in this state. And that's coming from someone who works in manufacturing, who sees this, day in and day out. We're struggling. We're losing our manufacturers day in and day out. And it is just another example of using really state overreach to legislate in a way that can be solved just with private contracts between employer and employee. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 7, an act implementing automated decision system protections for employees. This is a motion to raise a concept. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir, Representative Weir,
No.
Representative Hall,
Representative Hall, yes.
Representative Hughes, Senator Lesser,
Senator Lester is a yes.
Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Gauthier,
Gauthier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll be holding the votes open. Item number 8, an act requiring uninsured and underinsured motorist coverage for Department of Transportation employees. Is there a motion?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions or comments on this bill, on this concept? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 8, an act requiring uninsured and underinsured motorist coverage for Department of Transportation employees. This is a motion to raise a concept. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson's yes.
Representative Weir,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Representative Hall, yes.
Representative Hughes, Senator Lesser, Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
Yes.
Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
Yes.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll be holding votes open. The next item is item number 9, an act adding witnessing a serious physical injury as a qualifying event for purposes of post-traumatic stress injury workers' compensation coverage. Is there a motion?
So moved. I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any, are there any questions or comments? Representative Weir.
Just some brief comments. Is this, in your estimation, similar, very similar to what we have seen in the past on this bill, Madam Chair?
Thank you for the question. Yes.
Okay. As I recall, this was a very, and we will get into the discussion further into the session, very broad. I understand the concept, the concern, looking to provide additional protection, but from recollection, the language was so broad, I think it could have unintended consequences, so I'll have to see the language. Going to be a no today.
Any other comments or questions? I appreciate your comments there, and perhaps this is an area where we could find some common ground. I think the testimony that we had last time was very compelling, of a police officer who, suffered greatly after having to hold his hand on a very serious wound, and I think that was very compelling testimony, and I think that we would probably want to find a way that that person had coverage. So hopefully that's an area where we can find some common ground going forward, but thank you for your comments. Any other questions? Seeing none, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 9, an act adding witnessing a serious physical injury as a qualifying event for purposes of post-traumatic stress injury workers' compensation coverage. This is a motion to raise a concept. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir,
No?
Representative Hall,
Representative Hall, yes.
Representative Hughes, Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Gauthier,
Gothier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and we'll be holding the vote open. Item number 10, an act requiring employers to display a poster containing information on veterans' benefits and services. Is there a motion?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This actually came to a vote in the House last year from recollection, and I was able to work with the House Chair and the person who submitted the bill to get it to, we had language that was agreeable and from recollection. So I think if we can get back to that language, this could be an easy bipartisan bill.
Thank you for those comments. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to take the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 10, an act requiring employers to display a poster containing information on veterans' benefits and services. This is a motion to raise a concept. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir,
No?
Representative Hall,
Representative Hall, yes.
Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes, yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and we'll be holding the vote open. Item number 11, an act concerning portal-to-portal coverage for municipal public works employees. And is there a motion?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any comments or questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. This is another item that we've had perennially, and each year.
Back to where I was a couple of years ago, he said. And it's just like.
This is another bill that we've had every year for the last several years, and we've come close to actually having some bipartisan result on this. We've offered several amendments trying to kind of fine tune this, because we don't disagree that we should be providing certain protections for employees, especially folks that are being called into work in bad weather conditions and so forth. But the way the bill has been written in recent years is just far too broad. It would cover far too many circumstances that I think go beyond what's reasonable. And I'll ask the chairman if you're going to accommodate our concerns in this upcoming year, or we should just assume we're going to see the same bill as in previous years. If so, I've got to say no. But I'm open to the conversation if we can fine tune this a little bit through you.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. I do remember the debate very well, and there were clearly misunderstandings about what the bill was intended to do, and even disagreements about the language of the bill. So I'm certainly open to trying to work through this and get to a place, hopefully, where we could move forward. Perhaps this is one that we can get done this year.
Okay, sounds great. I'll vote no today, but hopefully in the future we can have a conversation, and we'll certainly offer language that will be amenable to us in the minority. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Just a follow-on to that. Appreciate the offer of dialogue. I think we were very close. I think it was just a matter of changing a couple of sentences or maybe removing a paragraph. But I think, if, to your point, if there's confusion or disagreement at this level in this committee about what the language says, I don't want to put forth something that, when it goes into law, that people are questioning what our intent was. So I'll be a no today, but if we can tune that up and make sure that it's crystal clear here and out there, I could be supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 11, an act concerning portal-to-portal coverage for municipal public works employees. This is a motion to raise a concept. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez. Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir. Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino.
No.
Representative Gauthier.
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and we'll be holding the vote open. I am now going to ask for a motion to raise the following items: 12, 13, 14, and 15, an act concerning working conditions, an act concerning the Department of Labor, an act concerning workers' rights, and an act concerning the workers' compensation system. Is there a motion?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any comments or questions? Senator Sampson.
And thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Are these placeholder or dummy bills through you?
That's correct.
All right, thank you very much. I'll just say a quick word, which is that I'm a little frustrated, frankly. We've had one screening so far. I think there may have been 100 items that we looked at. And if I recall, I think we've moved virtually every Democratic proposal from Democratic lawmakers. And so far, we've moved no Republican bills. There's no Republican bills on this agenda. And I know that you've mentioned that you're willing to consider some of them, and we'll get some additional information. And I'd like to say I'm hopeful that that's going to happen, and maybe it will. But when I come in and I see that the agenda is got 15 items on it, 11 of them are all from the majority without any consideration to the minority. And there's also 4 dummy bills on the agenda. And for the people listening, these are bills that are just placeholders. They're titles that are being raised with no substance, with no actual bill language, with nothing. And in fact, no predetermined use. They're just being used as a mechanism to potentially allow the majority to add language later. So they're going to do their own bills, and they're going to set up the ability to do some bills they haven't even thought of yet. And the minority's views are not being taken into consideration. It's very difficult when I go back home and I deal with my constituents and they are clamoring for compromise and bipartisanship. And I let them know, that we offer amendments. We try and fine tune this language. You're trying to find a way to yes on many of these bills. And sadly, it doesn't happen very often. And I think that's in part because the majority has an extreme majority and they don't feel the need. It's like they can do whatever they want. Whether you should do whatever you want, that's a different situation altogether. And for me, this is an illustration of the majority simply doing whatever they want without consideration. And I want to be respectful to the good chairman. I'll even acknowledge that if Republicans were in the majority, they might do the same darn thing. But we don't know. and I hope we find out. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on a motion to raise items 12 through 15. An act concerning working conditions, an act concerning the Department of Labor, an act concerning workers' rights, and an act concerning the workers' compensation system. This is a motion to raise all 4 items. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson, Senator Sampson,
Sampson's no.
Representative Weir,
No?
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Hughes is yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Gauthier,
Gothier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And we will be holding votes open. I would like to let the committee know that unfortunately we were not able to have Representative Sanchez with us because he's actually leaving the hospital now. So I'm hopeful that that he would be able to get settled in and be able to vote. But I think I'd like to extend the time until 5 o'clock because sometimes it takes a long time to get out of the hospital, much longer than you'd expect. So I hope everyone on the committee is okay with that. So we'll be holding votes open till 5 p.m. I do want to announce the date and time of the next meeting. It will be Tuesday, February 10th at 11 a.m. in hearing room 2B. And I look forward to seeing you all then. This meeting is in recess until 5 p.m. Thank you.
Hello.
Lester. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I think you missed
8 through 15.
votes. 8, 9. You missed 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 through 15.
So I would like to vote in support of all of them. Can I do that all at once?
8 through- All right, so for number 8, that is an act requiring uninsured on uninsured motorists coverage for Department of Transportation employees.
Yes. So I would like to vote. I would like to vote in support of raising.
Can't hear you. I can't
Oh.
hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Computer, I think. Let me do a quick. Here, let me hop in. Please switch. No problem. It might be the volume output. Just one moment, please. Senator Lester, you can hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Okay.
Okay, great. Yes, I would like to vote in favor of items 8 through 15. Can I vote for all of those all at once?
I believe so.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Representative.
How's it going?
Going well. I have outstanding votes for you on items 4, 11, and a vote on items 12 through 15. Let me just get the vote tally sheets. Agenda item 4, an act concerning the use of quotas by
Yes.
warehouse distribution centers. Okay,
Yeah, I have the sheet in front of me.
fantastic. So then agenda item 11
Yes.
and items 12 through 15 were a single roll call vote.
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Take care.
You as well.
Hi, Cameron.
Hello, Representative Sanchez, and hello.
Hi.
Oh my goodness. It's adorable.
Okay, I'm ready to go when you are, Cameron.
Ready to go. So we have roll call votes on items 1 through 15. Do you have the agenda up or?
I do not, unfortunately, but I will. I think I'm good to go.
Okay, agenda item 1, unemployment benefits for striking workers.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Would you like me to read the full titles or just the numbers?
Just the numbers is fine, Cameron. I know what
Great.
I went over the agenda before I got on.
No problem. Agenda item 2,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
item 3,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
item 4,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
item 5,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
6,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
item 7,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
item 8,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
item 9,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
item 10,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
item 11,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
and 12 through 15 was a single vote.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Okay, thank you, Representative Sanchez and Little Sanchez.
Thank you, Cameron. Take care.
Oh yes, the baby is here.
Hi. We got him, Jackson.
Aw, congratulations.
Jackson Robert Sanchez.
Well, that's incredible. That's a great name. Take care.
Have a good weekend.
All right, y'all. See ya. Bye.